Let's get this show started. Okay. Boy, we have a full house tonight, so
Let's do it.
okay. Can you turn up? Very good. Good evening, everybody. At this time, I'd like to announce the conclusion of the closed door session, and the City Commission is now the closed door session of the City Commission is now terminated, and we will now begin the public meeting. Thank you all for being here tonight. I see it's standing room only. So, Commissioner Beasley Pittman, is this something special you're doing tonight? Everyone's
yes,
here?
everyone came to see me. Hi.
Okay. You're a crowd pleaser. That's all I know. You're a crowd pleaser. Anyway, so for those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. We have a certain order that we proceed, beginning with the Pledge of Allegiance and various announcements, and then we have presentations. Tonight we have 5 presentations, and very proud to be able to recognize not only individuals but groups and events that are taking place in our city. So if I can ask you all to please join me and rise, and I'd like to ask you to welcome Colin Cohen and Catalina Cohen from Croissant Park Elementary, who are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And put your right hand on your heart. It's all yours.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. A little gift for both of you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you. Yeah, any of your family here today? Come on up. Let's have a picture taken together.
I didn't dress appropriately. Well, this is Fort Lauderdale style, right?
Well,
Yeah.
let your daughter stand in front of you so she doesn't. You want to get in there? No.
I'm just a teacher.
Right, everybody. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Hope to see you again.
Okay.
Hope to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice
Take
meeting you.
care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Future members of the commission, I see it already. Okay, so if you could please join me in a moment of silence here, and especially in recognizing the passing away recently of a very important employee who has since retired, Hal Barnes, really great guy, and please share in this moment of silence. Okay, thank you so much. Right now, I'd like to just take this moment and announce we have some recent retirements of some long-term employees. A couple of people here tonight. Paul Prezzamolo, who is a driver engineer with the fire department, has been with us 27.5 years. So thank you so much, Paul, for your service. There will be a gold watch waiting for you as you exit the premises. And Michelle Gagnon, wastewater operations supervisor with the Utility Services Department. He's been with us 9.5 years. So thank you, Michelle. We really appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Herbst. Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here. So we have full attendance tonight. We have a couple of agenda announcements. We have a walk-on a motion for discussion regarding a city commission request for review regarding Amalfi, case number UDP S2403523317 North Ocean Boulevard. That's in District 2. Second agenda announcement. Presentation 5 is going to come right after presentation 2. We're taking them out of order tonight. And NP1 is to be removed from the agenda at the speaker's request. That's a neighborhood presentation. He asked to be removed, but I think it's still Mr. Ansara is still going to speak tonight. Are you here, Mr. Ansara?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I knew you would be here. Okay, great. So, one agenda item revision, CM4, the CAM, and the Exhibit 3 were revised. So, may I please hear a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the minutes and the agenda as amended have now been approved. So let us begin with our first presentation. We have Broward County Fine Commissioner Richard Walzer to speak on water safety and make a check presentation. I love it because you always come. You never come empty-handed. That's all I can say. So we appreciate your being here.
My parents taught me well, Mayor.
And perhaps we can ask Commissioner Glassman and Commissioner Sorensen and the police chief to please join Mr. Walzer in this presentation. Rich, it's all yours.
Thank you. I have a few checks for a couple of dollars. I'm going to be presenting to the city of Fort Lauderdale that I fought in Tallahassee for our city of over $5.3 million that we're bringing to the city for infrastructure.
And tell us a little bit about what this money is being used for. Here's the check.
So our first check is for the International Swimming Hall of Fame Peninsula for our seawall infrastructure.
Oh, great. $4 million.
So this check is over $4 million, $4,020,769. Our next check is for the Riverwalk North replacement for $1,032,636.
Wonderful. Thank you.
By the way, Chip LaMarca, if you're listening, he just raised the ante.
Sorry, we have 5 times what Chip did. I have another check for $250,000 for the promenade and the docks for the International Swimming Hall of Fame Peninsula.
Wonderful.
And last but not least, I have a check for our Fort Lauderdale Police Marine Unit. I bought new engines for their boats for the check for $48,846. This is the second check this year I've got for the police department. And Chief Schultz.
Wonderful. Brooke, I hope he's as generous with you as he is with the city.
I'm not done, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
No, but thank you all very much. I appreciate Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners for allowing me to come and present. I'm not done bringing money for Fort Lauderdale. It's only the beginning. Somebody needs to fight in Tallahassee for our great city.
Yes, thank you.
One other initiative that I have is I like to talk about water safety. And I have a great relationship with the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to bring up the Captain Jeff Hart with Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement to talk about water safety and what Fish and Wildlife does with the Florida Inland Navigation District.
Is this the man in the Stetson?
Yes, it is.
Good evening, good evening. Do I have to stand behind this, or can I
Well, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, so
Okay.
You don't.
feel like
I don't
feel
mean
like
to
I'm
cramp
hiding
your
from
style,
something?
but
Okay.
it's the only
All
way
right.
we can hear you.
All right. Thank you for that introduction, Commissioner. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Or is it late afternoon? I'm still having a hard time getting adapted to this time change here. As the Commissioner stated, my name is Jeffrey Hart. I am the FWC Captain overseeing patrol operations for Broward County. And Broward County is also part of a larger body, which also encompasses Miami-Dade and Monroe County. But here in Broward County, our primary mission, obviously, is to protect Florida's natural wildlife and resources, where, let's just face it, that's why many people come to visit our beautiful communities in the first place, right? But perhaps our most important job is protecting our boating and waterways and keeping our boating and waterways safe. So with that, I would like to make a plug here and draw my attention to Commissioner Waltzer. Commissioner, you have been a steadfast supporter of not only law enforcement in general, but of me and FWC ever since I stepped foot here in Broward. Through your leadership and your partnership through the fine organization, we've made tremendous progress in two key areas: in the security and safety of our intercoastal waterways and removing unsightly derelict vessels that not only pose a potential hazard, safety navigational hazard, but infect our waters with potential fuel and waste pollution. So as we close 2025 and move into 2026, I know that we, along with our law enforcement partners, Chief Schultz is here, thank you for your continued support, will continue this good mission so that the residents of this great city can reap the benefits of our hard work. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'd like to also bring up Sarah Perry on the Aiden Perry Foundation about water safety, and I'd like for everyone here to hear about her story.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Waltzer, Mayor, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I am Aiden's mom, the president of the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan Scholarship Fund, and the founder of the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative. I stand here before you today in honor of my son, Aiden Spencer Perry, 17-year-old high school junior who lost his life trying to save the life of someone else. Aiden and I were out walking our dog one evening. We witnessed a young driver lose control of his car and land in the lake. Aiden and I ran to the lake to try to help. When the driver opened his car door and called out, Aiden jumped in and tried to save him. Unfortunately, when he did, his head hit a rock, my son broke his neck, and my son died. The driver of the car also died. As you can imagine, that's changed my life. My son was my world. You don't live through something like that and not do something about it. My son died a hero. My son got the Carnegie Hero Award for his last most selfless act. So as I live his legacy, I work to try to continue the work that he started that night. So in his honor, through the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative, we are working to get life rings with my son's image on them and bodies of water so that the next time there's a water emergency, there's something that can be used to save a life. I'm happy to say that we are here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We are in several of your parks. We're on the water taxi stops. I recently donated life rings to all of the marine police boats, and we are currently working with the water trolley to finish up that stops. But I can't do this alone. There's so many bodies of water that need to have something there. So that next time there's a water emergency, and there will be more, there's something a Good Samaritan can use to save a life. Since losing my son, there have been many more such accidents and many more lives have been lost. But since we started putting our life rings out, I'm here to tell you that many lives have been saved. So I'm here today just to spread awareness, tell you about my initiative with the hopes that you can help me. It takes a village to do what I'm doing. I can't do it on my own. I like to say one city, one life ring at a time. We can save lives. So by getting Aiden's life rings out there, I'm continuing on living his legacy and keeping the promise I made to him that night that I would not let him be forgotten. So, like I say, having an opportunity like this to present to all of you, if you know of a body of water, an HOA, anywhere there's a body of water, there's a potential for an emergency, or life to be lost. But my hope is to change that by getting Aiden's hero life rings by bodies of water.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
And I have that commitment. I'm working with the governor's office and the state legislature to help get Aiden's voice heard around the state. Again, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
We
Thank you
appreciate
so much.
all the work you're doing on behalf of our community. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners, I need you back up here. Okay, now it's my honor to invite Vice Mayor Herbst, who will be here to present a proclamation regarding the 250th anniversary or birthday of the United States Marine Corps. We are honored to have with us tonight two distinguished United States Marine Corps veterans representing the Robert Bethel American Legion Post 220 and the American Legion Post 36 as we commemorate the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps. Commander Larry Roberts, please join us. Proudly served his country for 30 years, beginning his military career, want to go up to the podium, please, in the U.S. Army in 1967 before transferring to the Marine Corps in 1971, where he retired as a gunnery sergeant. Since then, he has continued his lifelong service to the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary as a vessel examiner and as commander of the American Legion Post 220 for more than 20 years. Joining him from Post 36 is Marshal Belmain. Marshal? A Vietnam veteran who enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1965, inspired by President Kennedy's call to service. He served with the 1st Battalion, the 9th Marine Division, known as the Walking Dead, for its courage and sacrifice, and was wounded twice in combat. After his service, Marshall dedicated his life to civil rights advocacy, working tirelessly to advance equality for the LGBTQ plus service members and veterans. So please join me in welcoming both Commander Roberts and Marshal Belmain to accept this proclamation that will be presented by our own Vice Mayor John Herbst.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a special honor for me. So, in recognition of the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps, whereas on November 10th, 1775, at Tun Tavern in Philadelphia, the Second Continental Congress established the United States Marine Corps, calling for 2 battalions of Marines to serve as an elite fighting force prepared to defend the principles of liberty and justice upon which our nation was founded. And whereas for 250 years, the United States Marine Corps has stood as a symbol of honor, courage, and commitment, guiding generations of Marines who have served with valor on land, at sea, and in the air to protect and preserve the freedoms we cherish. And whereas Marines have consistently demonstrated unwavering dedication to the defense of freedom and democracy, answering the call of duty with strength, loyalty, and sacrifice that exemplify the very best of American character. And whereas, from the Revolutionary War to modern-day missions around the globe, the United States Marine Corps has earned its place in history through perseverance, discipline, and an unbreakable devotion to one another and to the nation they so proudly serve. And whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale proudly recognizes and honors the Marine veterans and active duty service members who call our community home, and we express gratitude for their contributions to civic life, leadership, and public service. And whereas on the occasion of the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps, representatives of American Legion Post 36 and Robert Bethel American Legion Post 220 joined the City of Fort Lauderdale in honoring the Marine Corps' enduring legacy and paying tribute to the men and women who are and will always remain the best of the best, united under the timeless motto, Semper Fidelis, always faithful. Now therefore we, as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby commemorate Monday, November 10th, 2025, as the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps, dated this 4th day of November 2025 by our mayor, Dean J. Trantalis, and to any Marine who's here, hoorah!
Would either of you gentlemen like to say a few words?
That's it. We've got to get our pictures first.
Okay.
Please feel free, either one of you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Roberts. Like they said, I joined the Army in 1967. And when I joined the Army, after 4 years, I found out that wasn't what I really wanted. So I asked for an inter-service transfer to the Marine Corps, and they denied me. So I wrote my congressman. My father was a Marine. He was a colonel. And Chip O'Neill, they was real good friends. And Chip told him, you will transferring. So on the 21st of November in 71, I was transferred to the Marine Corps. So I went to boot camp for a month and a half. After I left boot camp, I went to Camp Lejeune, and I went to Vietnam from there within 4 days with the 4th Troops Unit. When I got to Vietnam, I was supposed to be 5811 military policeman, but they made me a GR, a grave representative. What I was doing, I didn't too much like it because it was, my job was to identify the dead and load them up on the ships. So I wanted to be, what I wanted to be in the jungles fighting with everybody else. Because when I'm from Orlando. I'm a Native American from Orlando, and I raised up in the Bundesliga, so I was used to it, and that's where I wanted to be on the fighting field. But they put me somewhere else. By being an attachment in the Marine Corps, ain't no telling what you're going to do. All you got to do. But then I learned one thing: the best duty station in the Marine Corps is the one you just left. That's the best one, the one you just left, because you got to start all over again, anything you do. So I ended up in 1977, I became an officer. And I toured the world 4 times. And I had embassy duty, in Africa and whatnot. Had Marine Corps duty at Marine Barracks here in Key West. And after I left Vietnam, everything went pretty good. And then I went to Desert Storm. And when I left Desert Storm, I had 2 years left for my enlistment. But I decided I don't want to do it no more. So I just asked to be transferred back to the enlisted ranks. That's what I did. Came back as a gunnery sergeant. And everywhere I was going from there, I said, I'm going to Fort Lauderdale, Captain Living Room, first shift deal. That's just what I did. So now thank you all. I appreciate the mayor.
Thank you for your service.
It is one.
Marshall, you have a few words you'd like to add to that?
Wow. I didn't think he'd ever stop. Okay, as for me, I consider myself to be a Kennedy boy. When reminiscing about remembering what the President Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So, in 1965, I got myself down to the Marine Corps recruiter and said, take me, the Army's after me. I had Marines in my family, and going in the Marine Corps was the only thing I couldn't be nobody else. But I signed up for 4 years, and I went straight to Vietnam. Do not stop and pass go or any of that stuff. But I'm very proud to say that I served with the 1st Battalion, 9th Marines. We have the highest casualties in the history of the Marine Corps. 97% casualties. And I never thought I'd make it to be 21, but here I am. Then I was wounded twice. I was in 2 major battles, the hill fights in the Quai San area, and another place called Compiègne in a battle called Operation Buffalo. And after that, when I came back to the United States, I went on a Caribbean cruise, and then I spent some time around Camp Lejeune. And then I was chosen to go for Marine Corps Guard at Fort Meade, Maryland, National Security Agency. And there I was awarded a top secret security clearance. Now, I am a gay man, but I had to keep my personal identity a secret because back in those days you could get a dishonorable discharge and you would have no future if you had gotten thrown out under those conditions just because you were who you were. However, I got out honorably, and not too long after my exit from the Marine Corps, I met the love of my life, Albert Wakefield, who had been in the Army, stationed in Germany. And so he did his shtick for the United States during the Cold War. Well, Albert was already an activist for civil rights, and I joined in with him right away from the start. And we used to go to meetings on Fridays and Saturday nights when the rest of the LGBTQ community was out having fun. We were always at a meeting. Time went by and things have changed. The earth moved. So now these days, I'm the adjutant at American Legion Post 36, and I'm still fighting for gay rights and any kind of civil rights. And I just want to say, because this is the banner year for the United States Marine Corps, the 250th year anniversary, I want to say hurrah and happy birthday to Marines wherever you are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your service.
So, by the way, for those of you who don't know it, the Vietnamese called the 1-9 the Walking Dead because of their high casualty rate. And they adopted that as their motto, showing how fearless they were. So I honor you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our next presentation, I would like to invite Commissioner Sorensen to recognize city employee military veterans in honor of Veterans Day. Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you, Mayor. Continuing our celebration that Vice Mayor begun. Now I'd like to celebrate all our veterans. As you all know, Veterans Day is coming up. And in the city, we have 149 veterans employed serving you all as neighbors. 149 of our city employees are veterans. In addition, 17 individuals that serve as city staff members, employees, including myself, currently serve as reservists, Florida Guard, National Guard, and so forth. So I'd like to call up first several of our representatives who are also veterans and city team members, and then we'll call up all together. So Portia Garcia, Lieutenant Stephanie Silk, Ron McKenzie, Rufus James, Will Augusti, Joseph De La Vecchia, and Christopher Abrego. So if you give it up for these leaders, all veterans, various service branches. Then I'd like to call up all other city employees that are veterans that are here. So a city employee and a veteran, please come up. If we have anyone else that we haven't met, come on. City employees, fire rescue, get up here. Get up here. Thank you. Thank you. And now I'd like to call up all veterans. So if you're a veteran and you're sitting here tonight, please come forward. So that's my American Legion brothers. Come on up. And any other veterans in the house, please step forward, join us. Thank you. And Mayor, as we celebrate the 250-year anniversary, thank you, Mayor. Oh, fantastic. And Sophia, thank you. We have pins, Sophia, for every, am I saying that right? They're lapel pins for every veteran. Yeah. We'll do it. Yeah, so just, and thank you. And Mayor, if you could you hand out those pins? Well,
I'm trying to find a place to put a pin on this little thing.
well, there's a uniform. Yeah, there's a spot.
They come in all shapes and sizes.
That's right. That's right. So Mayor's going to be handing out pins celebrating your service. It's just a small token from the city of Fort Lauderdale. And go ahead, Mayor. Just start walking down the line. There you go. You don't have to pin it on. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Just help. Let's see if he's going to follow instructions. Yeah, you go on one side. He's not going to. Okay, great. Well, the mayor's handing out pins. Look. Oh, and Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Great. I didn't see you handing those out. Thank you, Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Fantastic. So, as we celebrate our country's 250th anniversary, birthday, this upcoming July, 250 years didn't happen just by happenstance. It happened because these men and women standing in front of you stepped up, stepped forward, and defended freedom and democracy around the world. And thankfully, in their footsteps, continue so many of us that continue to serve. So thank you, each of you. Mayor, were you able to hand them all out? Sophia, one more here. Hold on, one more. Come on up here, young man. Come on up here. Give it up. We got a pin for you. Hold on, it's coming your way from the mayor. There we go. And so, lastly, I just want to thank not only our veterans, but the service members, family members, and friends and community for you all. Please continue to support our veterans, continue to see them, continue to thank them, because I don't think we can ever thank them enough. Mayor, thank you for handing out the pins, and please give everyone a round of applause here. Do we need to move for pictures? Are we good? Okay, you tell us how to move, Sophia. Thank you.
All right, we're going to pull you
Yep.
guys in this way.
Come on. Another row almost?
Yes, another row. So can we have the taller folks in the back? And I don't want to say Can we have 2 rows?
I don't know if this is going to work for us. It'll be us. We'll be good.
Man, go back up here. Go back on the dais, man.
Sophia, thank you for getting these pins and coordinating this.
Great. Thank you for your service, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're next.
Is that me now?
Yep.
You got Andy? You got the list? You got that?
Yeah, I have it. Thank you, folks, and thank you for your service. I'd now like to invite Commissioner Glassman to present a proclamation regarding Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council Day here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I'd like to invite Andy Mitchell, chair of the council, to join the commissioner at the podium. Andy? There you go. How are you?
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud and pleased to present this proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale, in recognition of the Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council. This is a proclamation requested by Commissioner Steve Glassman. Whereas for 40 years, the Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council has been dedicated to making all Broward County first responders its top priority by offering vital support through community and corporate collaboration. And whereas the Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council is made up of over 200 corporate members, I think they're all here this evening, making it one of the largest organizations of its kind in the nation, dedicated to delivering direct support to first responders. And whereas the nonprofit organization's core mission is to provide financial assistance to the families of first responders who are killed or permanently injured in the line of duty. And whereas the Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council enhances the effectiveness of first responders through investments in advanced equipment, specialized training, wellness programs, and community partnerships. Its ongoing support for the Fort Lauderdale Police Department includes contributions towards critical technology, including night vision goggles, advanced imaging systems, and a mobile bomb X-ray unit, as well as initiatives like Shop with a Cop that foster positive community engagement. And whereas the organization continues to develop new initiatives, including addressing the devastating impact of PTSD among first responders. And this fall, the council will launch its K9 and Friends training facility at Markham Park, one of the largest and most advanced facilities in the state of Florida, supporting both K9 and mounted police units. And whereas these accomplishments reflect the deep appreciation and respect the community holds for our first responders, and the Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council is a shining example of how public-private partnerships make a lasting difference in the lives of those who risk their own for the safety of others. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, November 4, 2025, as Broward Sheriff's Advisory Council Day in the City of Fort Lauderdale, dated this, the 4th day of November, 2025, and signed by our Mayor, the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis.
Well, good evening, everyone. My Vice Mayor, Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager, first responders in the room. My name is Andy Mitchell. I'm Chairman of the Board for the Broward Sheriff Advisory Council and have been such for the last 6 years. It is one of the great, exciting things in my life to see the impact that the community can make when you ask for their help. In this room behind us are many of the Chairman's Circle. Not all of them, because we'd have this whole room filled and they'd be out in the parking lot. But the Chairman's Circle is a group of people, corporate people. Majority of these here tonight are based in Fort Lauderdale and call Fort Lauderdale their home. Contribute funds every year from $15,000 a year to over $300,000 a year, every year. Our mission is to protect those who protect us. It's not about us. You ask any one of our members, they would say, I was rescued by first responders. They came and I was captured by some bad guys, and they came and they saved my life. Some were firefighters. They understand the call. Anybody in this room thinks that this is a life of an easy job, needs to get up, put on a tactical vest at nighttime, sign the waiver, and go for a ride. You won't swim in the water the same way, I can guarantee you. These people, men and women two of a kind, are bent on doing one thing: keeping our community safe, keeping you safe, allowing us to build buildings, allowing us to build ports, allow us to serve the community without worry about family or our health. We focus on many areas, some of which you heard in the proclamation. Some are very touching. If you have a chance to shop with a cop in December, if there's one thing on your Christmas bucket list or the holiday season list, it is to do that. You shop with underprivileged kids. We spend about $40,000. Each child gets so much money to spend. And you go with them, nobody else, walking through Target and seeing what they buy with the $200 they have. It's amazing. Truly amazing. The Canine and Friends Park started last fall. We raised $500,000 in less than 4 minutes. This organization is 200 of the largest corporations we have. Some are not here tonight. Dave McNeil from WeatherTech calls this place his home. He's in Las Vegas for a trade show for his company. Suzanne Califer's in New York. She lives at Auberge. She felt very deeply about this, and night vision goggles and anything else we asked, she says, I'm in. It's really amazing to watch the people in our organization that live in this community. They care deeply about Fort Lauderdale. On the side of the police cars, it says, building community. You couldn't have it more right. Because these people, I tell you what, we're not looking for anything about us individually, because we do what we do for you for 57 departments in Broward County. FBI, Secret Service, Fish and Wildlife, Detention, Aviation, Marine, all the firefighters, the Florida Highway Patrol, anybody that's sworn, all the firefighters, all the paramedics, anything that happens to any one of them, it's in our purview, and we get motivated and we get after it right away. We lost an officer in Fort Lauderdale, CPOT. That family has been enshrined in our organization, and their kids go to all the functions we have. They just went to the Miami Zoo, and to watch these kids at Miami Zoo with all the other kids of the fallen officers, it's amazing. We went down to a football game. All the Dolphin players came up. We went down to the racetrack, and they had 50-some trucks out there with flags on the back recognizing the fallen officers and the families that were there. People care deeply about this, very deeply. And believe none of what you see. When we are called to action, we're silent warriors. We follow. We don't lead. But our mission is one and one thing alone with all of us, and that is protecting those who protect us. Now, you got a police station built by the Moss Group there in the front row. We've got a Canine and Friends training facility. Bob, when's that going to be finished? Before Thanksgiving. And this is a 10-acre parcel out there that we just mowed down fences, put out new grubbing, put out stanchions. They're digging holes to be able to pour crushed rocks. They can put concrete for the canopies and stuff to keep the horses, so that your equestrian group, your mounted police, can go out there with SWAT and train on how to do with crowd control. I just finished the boat show. Mayor, that's amazing. What you guys have done with that is amazing. But what I thought of when I got off the boat coming from the yacht club was how easy it would be a soft target to have a real problem. But then I remembered we bought a bomb unit that fits in a backpack that you walk by and you couldn't even tell you're being scanned. And it detects things faster, quicker than anything. And that's what we're about. Technology, equipment, families of the fallen, shopping with a cop, turkeys, backpacks, all important. It makes our community whole. You know, I look at the people we had before us tonight, all the first responders, all the people that served in the military. God bless you guys. You know, it's amazing. This is an amazing community. I remember when Bill Schultz, he was calling on Ireland's Inn. A long time ago. I think he had hair back then. I don't know. I'll leave that for another day. But anyway, thank you very much. I'll ask all our folks to come up for a picture if that's possible, and you'll see a whole cross-section of people. But thank you very much, Steve Glassman, for this recognition. This proclamation will go on every boardroom of all these corporate people that are here. Their mission is to do what? Protect what's needed in Fort Lauderdale, and we're going to get that done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andy. John? So we don't have to fight the crowd. Exactly. Rise above it. Andy, you're blocking me. No, just kidding. Sounds great. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you all for your wonderful work. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, we are so honored.
This is great. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Glassman. And now I'd like to invite Commissioner Beasley Pittman, who is going to present a proclamation regarding New Hope Baptist Church. They will be celebrating their 100th birthday this weekend. And I'd like to invite Pastor Ricky Scott. Where is he? There he is. Please join Commissioner Beasley Pittman at the podium. We'll see you there this Sunday.
He'll be back. He left his glasses. Oh, those are me. Oh, okay. I'm doing great. Good to see you. We were giving them away. I thought they belonged to Andy. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. See, you did come to see me. Thank you. Thank you. I have the honor of presenting a proclamation this evening to New Hope Missionary Baptist Church. I'm going to say we are celebrating 100 years of ministry in our community. New Hope has been a beacon of light and hope in our community. My father was a pastor, and we often fellowship with the congregation of New Hope. So this is also very close to my heart. So with that being said, I have the honor from the office of the mayor, the city of Fort Lauderdale, for the proclamation and recognition of New Hope Missionary Baptist Church 100th anniversary, requested by Commissioner Pamela Beasley Pittman. Whereas New Hope Missionary Baptist Church was founded in August 1925 when Reverend J.T. Brown and a small group of devoted believers gathered in the Bush Harbor on what is now known as Sistrunk Boulevard to worship God and plant the seeds of a lasting ministry. Whereas the early members met beneath the shade of the pine trees and the pond fawns, guided by faith rather than comfort, demonstrating unshakable devotion and faithfulness that continues to define the congregation today. And whereas through the years, New Hope Missionary Baptist Church has grown from the humble beginnings into a thriving spiritual home, led by 13 pastors who each build upon the foundation of faith led by their predecessors, expanding the sanctuary, strengthening ministries, and nurturing generations of believers. Whereas under the patronage of Reverend B.D. Coles from 1948 to 1962, the church experienced a period of remarkable growth, establishing its first concrete block structure and deepening its service to the community through education, outreach, and spiritual leadership. And whereas Reverend W.D. Davis, who led the church for more than 2 decades, continued that legacy by developing new ministries that uplifted youth and families, including choirs, usher boards, mission societies, and a Boys Scout troop. My husband is reading it before I do. And the Boy Scout troop that founded and fostered leadership and faithfulness among young men. And whereas under the current leadership of Pastor Ricky Scott, who was called to service in 2007, the church continues to evolve using technology and new outreach efforts to reach the hearts and homes across Fort Lauderdale and beyond, while remaining anchored in its founding ministry to glorify God and serve his people. And whereas 100 years, New Hope Baptist Church has stood as a cornerstone of faith in Fort Lauderdale, offering comfort in times of hardship, guidance in times of uncertainty, and joys in times of celebration, embodying the enduring strength of faith and the unity of the church. Therefore, we as the City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim November 9th, 2025 as New Hope Missionary Baptist Church Day in the City of Fort Lauderdale. Clap, 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 clap. And honor the pastors and deacons and trustees, ministry leaders, and members whose unwavering faith of service has blessed our city for a century. Dated the 4th day of November, 2025, signed by our Mayor, Dean J. Tranteles.
Thank you so much.
Yes, beautiful history. Pastor, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner, and to all of you. We're just grateful tonight that we are still able to be a part of this great city. One of the slogans we have, if you ever visit New Hope, is there is no hope like New Hope. And we are just so excited about the things that is going on in this present age. We're preparing to break ground on some affordable homes for families, and we're excited about that. We just fed over 500 families, and so we're just trying our best to do all we can to be a part of this great city. And we just thank all of you for your support. Thank you, Mayor, for this proclamation. Commissioner Pittman, thank you so much for this. And we do have our members here. We have members all the way up in their 90s who still come to church without a walking cane. And somebody asked me the other day, says your church is 100 years old, says, you been around that long? Well, I hadn't been around that long, but half that long I have, but not served as the pastor. But I'm just grateful now for these opportunities to celebrate. And by the way, if you want to have some good eating, come visit us Sunday. We're going to have some rabbit and some squirrel and some coon and possum. We're going to have a meal, and we're going to have a good time on Sunday as we celebrate this day. The mayor is coming to eat some coon and possum with us as well. So we look forward to him being there. Thank you so much. Yes, our members is here. If our members could come, we want our members to come and share with us.
Members
in
of
this
the New Hope
because
Church,
New Hope
please
Church, you
stand.
come.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. For those that can.
Yeah, all right.
Just stand up and keep quiet, okay? John. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, thank you. I'd like to say that concludes our meeting, but the meeting is now beginning. Thank you, everybody, for participating in these presentations. It's certainly an honor to be a part of it and to recognize all the individuals and groups who came here tonight. At this point, as soon as my computer starts to cooperate, at this point, we now go to what are called consent agenda items. The purpose of the consent agenda is to allow the commission to vote on all these items collectively, and if there's any one item they would like to pull from the consent agenda, we'll discuss it and vote on it separately. So I'd like to ask, Vice Mayor, do you have any consent agenda items that you would like to pull? No. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
None.
Commissioner Sorensen?
None.
Okay, so we have two people who've signed up to speak tonight. Christine Dennis regarding CM2. Is that to support the event? Where's Christine? To support the event? Okay, you're good.
Mayor, is CM4 as amended? David, is that?
Yes.
It's as amended.
Yes.
Okay.
It was announced at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
Yep.
great. I just want to make
You
sure.
can speak if you like, but it'll probably be approved. Okay, you just want to say thank you? Okay. Okay. You're from Coventry? I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm from Norwich. Just down the road, yeah.
Why don't you just email each other? And can we just talk? Thank you.
I'm sorry if we're taking up your time. Okay. And Jenny Belt, who's here regarding the Stranahan House, CR2. Jenny, are you here? You're good? Okay, very good. Okay, so with regard to the consent agenda, do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and so all the consent agenda items are now approved. Thank you so much for being here. You're welcome to stay for the balance of the meeting. I know you have nothing better to do tonight. Oh, I guess you do. Okay. All righty. Now, my favorite part of the meeting, of course, is our neighbor presentations. And tonight's neighbor presentation, NP2, is Ted and Sarah, who is here on behalf of the River Oaks Civic Association. Ms. Ted and Sarah. Get ready. Press the bottom. Yep. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know that one. Hello, everybody. My name is Ted and Sarah. I am the president of the River Oaks Civic Association. Just a little background on myself. I was born here in Fort Lauderdale in 1956 at Broward General Hospital. Graduated Stranahan High School in 1974. I've lived in my neighborhood, River Oaks, for 60-plus years. I am definitely a real local, just like my friend Commissioner Beasley Pittman. On October 16th, the River Oaks Civic Association hosted a town hall style meeting. It was called The State of Our Neighborhoods, the Past, the Present, the Future. I got the idea while attending and listening to Mayor Trentalis' State of the City speech. And I thought there was not enough attention given to the backbone of our city, which is the neighborhoods. On our panel, we had Mary Fertig, Marilyn Mamano, Patricia Rathburn, Earl Prisley, Michael O'Brien, and John Rodstrom. It was attended by 85 residents representing 18 different neighborhoods in the city. All 4 districts were represented and the River Oaks Republic. Here are some of the highlights that we had during that was part of our discussion that night. That our city is not really a gimmick. It's not a marketing campaign or a branding exercise. Neighborhoods are where people and residents actually live. When you treat our community like a tourist attraction or an economic development, with projects first and neighborhoods second, you insult the very people who give our city meaning. Another main takeaway from our meeting over and over was the residents feel unheard and opinions underappreciated. While you plow over meaningful, and I mean meaningful, parts of our city for development and your own personal projects, we feel abandoned and forgotten. Visitors do not make a city better, but improving conditions for residents always pays dividends. It raises the self-esteem and builds civic pride. We see all these towers going up all over the city, all the development. Somebody or in some groups are getting very rich, while us residents drive, walk, and ride on subpar roads and sidewalks. And when it comes down to neighborhood necessities, and when I'm told there's no funds available, that just something is wrong. That is not right. And I'm going to have to report, everybody, that another main topic that was brought up over and over was the behavior of our city commission at times. Your tit for tat and consistent, predictable voting block, constant bickering shows the residents your personal pride sometimes rules your voting decisions and not the help of the residents or the neighborhoods. If people love a place they live, everything falls into place. That's the measure of a healthy city, not catchy slogans. Our meeting was so successful that we are having a part 2 on November 20th with some new participants, including the Beach Ballers, Lauderdale Tomorrow, Barbara Stern, and we're still seeing if, which is crazy, the Broward Trust for Historical Preservation will have to bow down to pressure for not participating from some of the people that are in this room. It's sad when we have a 501c3 advise not to go to a civic association meeting.
Are your comments almost ready to conclude?
Yeah.
Okay. I gave you 4 minutes.
I know. I appreciate it, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the wrap up.
Okay, good.
All right. We are, as a city, we are blessed with so many different neighborhoods. Remember, listen to the residents that you are supposed to be serving. Help us make our neighborhoods stronger and better. That's what we want. This is a city of neighborhoods, such a wide variety. I want to thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be back after our November 20th meeting, so I'll see you very, very soon. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda, M1, motion approving an agreement for invitation to bid regarding the Riverland Road traffic calming improvements. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Been moved. Do I hear a second? Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M1 is now approved. Moving on to R1, appointment of board and committee members. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the names into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For tonight's resolution, Aviation Advisory Board, Olivia Anderson, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Board of Adjustment, Danella Williams, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen into a full position. Budget Advisory Board, Samantha Perryman-Jones, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Downtown Development Authority, Dev Motwani, nominated by Vice Mayor Herbst. Stephanie Toothaker, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Fire Rescue Advisory Committee, Irene Costa, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. General Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees, Mark Burnham, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And Public Art and Placement Advisory Board, Jacqueline Garcia Ortega, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And Jody Tanner, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And that rounds it out.
Okay, are there any modifications or additions to that list? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
The resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and those board and committee members are now approved. Thank you for your service to our community. We thank you for the volunteer time that you commit to the betterment of your city. R2, resolution approving an award of $750,000 to Sistrunk Apartments, LLC, under the State Housing Initiatives Partnership and Affordable Housing Trust Fund and for an affordable housing development. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution has been introduced. Anyone have any questions with regard to this item? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving an award of $750,000 to Sistrunk Apartments LLC under the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, authorizing the city manager to execute any and all documents related to this transaction, delegating authority to the city manager to take certain actions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. Okay, now we come to a dead halt. City Auditor Annual Performance Review. Okay, Pat, do you want to make any comments, or you just want to hear from us?
I appreciate working with the city. I've been here 3.5 years now, and I'm grateful and appreciate being able to be the city auditor here.
Okay. Anyone have any comments with regard to the review?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. Pat, I think you've been doing a very good job. As you and I have talked about one-on-one, I think you've been doing a very good job. Appreciate your service. And Mayor, just as we think about raises for Pat and what he deserves, I think at least a 3% increase is appropriate, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? I think I can concur with that. Thank you so much for your great work that you provide to the city, Pat, on so many different levels, and appreciate your sage advice on a lot of questionable challenges that we have with our city. So we really appreciate your being our auditor. So there's a resolution being introduced by Commissioner Sorensen to approve the continued employment of Pat Riley and Patrick Riley, and to increase his salary by 3% effective October 15th, 2025. Any other comments or questions? There being none, please call the roll.
Who introduced her? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you. For 3%.
Yes, for 3%. Thank you.
Didn't mean to catch you off guard there.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing for a 3% merit salary increase for City Auditor Patrick Riley effective October 15, 2025. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R3 is now approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat, for your service.
Moving on to public hearings. PH1, public hearing, an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, conservation element, sanitary sewer, water, and stormwater element, and capital improvement element to incorporate by reference the 10-year water supply facility work plan of 2026. No one has signed up to speak. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Do I move and seconded? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on PH1 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
In order to the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the future land use element, conservation element, sanitary sewer, water and stormwater element, and capital improvement element to incorporate by reference therein the 10-year water supply facility work plan 2026 of the Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan, and to update the goals, objectives, and policies related to the City of Fort Lauderdale water supply facility work plan, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, transmittal to the applicable reviewing agencies, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH1 is now approved. PH2, this is a public hearing, a quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at 309 Sunset Drive for the installation of 2 finger piers extending a maximum distance of 32 feet 3 inches and 3 mooring piles extending a maximum distance of 37 feet plus or minus, measured from the property line into the adjacent waters of Sunset Lake. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Vice Mayor, do you have any disclosures?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And Commissioner Sorensen?
None.
Okay. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, the public hearing is now closed. That's quite a yawn there, Al. Okay, public hearing on PH2 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution is introduced. Please call the roll.
And Commissioner, that's for approval?
Yes.
Thank you. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, granting an after-the-fact waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3D to permit the Hogan Group LLC, a limited liability company, installation of 2 finger piers extending a maximum distance of 32.3 feet plus or minus, and 3 mooring piles extending a maximum distance of 37 feet plus or minus, measured from the property line into the adjacent waters, Sunset Lake, for such property lying situate and being within 309 Sunset Drive, numbers 1 through 5, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH2 is now approved. PH3, a public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution, approving a waiver of limitations at 3013 and 3019 Harbor Drive for the installation of 3 finger piers extending a maximum distance of plus or minus 28 feet and 14 mooring piles extending a maximum distance of plus or minus 54.5 feet, measured from the property line into the adjacent waterway. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Vice Mayor, do you have any disclosures?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
I have none. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
Commissioner Sorensen?
None.
Okay. One person to sign up to speak. Tyler, just for questions, right? Where are you, Tyler? There you are. So, someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
If it was seconded, please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Well, I just was handed 72. Thank you. You just wanted to, just for questions, right? Okay. This was just handed to me, so I apologize. Okay. Moving on to PH. Excuse
that
me.
was just
This is to introduce the resolution.
Yes.
Someone like to introduce PH.
Introduced.
It's been introduced.
And that's for approval.
For approval.
Thank you.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, granting waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3 C and D to permit Ocean Harbor Properties LLC, a Florida limited liability company, installation of 3 finger piers extending a maximum distance of 28 feet plus or minus, and 14 mooring piles extending a maximum distance of 54.5 feet plus or minus, measured from the property line into the waters adjacent to the upland property, more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. Moving on to PH4. This is a public hearing resolution authorizing. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is the first of a public hearing of two required public hearings to consider a resolution authorizing a development agreement pursuant to Chapter 163.3220 and 163.3243 of the Florida statutes. This is regarding a development agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and 901 North Federal Owner LLC, 450 Northeast 9th Owner LLC, 550 Northeast 9th Owner LLC, AIMCO OPGP LLC, and AIMCO OPLP, pursuant to Florida Statute Chapter 163.3220 to 163.3243. This is a time for anyone in the public to speak about or comment about this. We have one person who signed up to speak, Courtney Crush, just for questions. Courtney, where are you? There you are. There are no questions. Anyone have any questions of Ms. Crush? Okay, I do. Come on up. You know what, why don't we just close public hearing right now, and I can ask her once the resolution has been introduced. Come on up. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved. Second.
We moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Okay. So tell us a little bit about this. Is Sears, the former Sears Town? You want to push the button? There you go. No, you're on. You're on.
Am I on now? There we
Thank
go.
you.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mayor.
So tell us a little bit. What is the purpose of this resolution tonight?
The purpose of this resolution, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, is to sequence the construction of the public realm earlier. As you may know, and if it's okay, I can put a graphic up of the three site plans. Mayor, and while that is coming up, as you certainly are all aware, there are three approved site plans on the parcels that AMCO owns. The large 901 North, where the former Sears Town department store was, and then on the south side of 9th Street, there are two surface parking lots immediately west of the dry cleaning depot. AMCO planned each of these. There we go. I think this will be helpful. The three approved site plans and the properties are on the screen right now. What AMCO would like to do, and I believe the community and the communities, neighborhoods that surround, is to not just construct the large parcel first, but in order to really create a community in terms of the park space and open space and the streetscape on both sides of 9th Street. Everything in salmon and faded salmon is what AMCO is proposing to do as part of what we call Phase 1. So that is 435 residential units, 2 towers, all of the streetscape, the park and plaza space, and then coming on the south side of 9th, which, Mayor, is part of 2 independent site plans. This development agreement allows us to do an amendment to those plans to construct as coordinated Phase 1, 2 glass boxes. I believe, Mayor, we've shared them with you, and to have food and beverage, artist studios, and to construct all of the streetscape on 9th and the water trail connecting through to Federal Highway. So this then would allow the property owner later to go do another amendment to Parcel 2 and Parcel 3, but to hold off on this construction. Construction of Phase 1 is approximately going to take about 4 years. And again, this allows us to do all of the public realm improvements while retaining the site plans. This development agreement does not seek to extend any of the approved site plans. It does not seek any additional development rights. It, in fact, is a commitment to do all of what you see in the salmon and the faded color as part of Phase 1 and really allow an orderly sequence. We think this benefits the city by, recreating 9th Street. and again, not turning its back to the south side of 9th and leaving it as surface parking lots. It also, Mayor, in there allows potential interim uses on the remainder of the surface parking lots or on the future phase. So if, for example, Derek Yulian, who I know you know and is here with me tonight, has been talking to a Padel company, could there be for a period of 2 years some courts put there or a facility that would require coming to the city commission for approval? Other things like a dog park. This also authorizes those consistent with the ULDR, and that is really what this agreement does.
Okay, very good. I appreciate your giving us a full explanation about that because it is a very visible site, and
yes, sir.
And people are always asking questions, what's going on there? So I appreciate your bringing all these details to our attention. Anyone else have any questions of Courtney? Okay, there being none, thank you so much, Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all.
Did you sign up to speak? You can ask her. You can ask her, but it doesn't have to be part of the meeting. You said that it has to be. I'm getting conflicting orders here. This is a resolution, but you say it has to be a motion.
Correct. So what they're adopting is a development agreement. It requires 2 public hearings. And so what we recommend is if you want to advance it to the second public hearing, that you entertain a motion to advance this item to a second public hearing.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to advance this item to a second public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second? Moved and seconded. Okay. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and so this item will now continue to a second public hearing, at which time final decision will be made on the development agreement. Okay, OFR 1, this is a first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 28 of Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater, limiting utility account establishment to property owners only. No one has signed up to speak. Someone would like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 28 Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater, Sections 28-137, 28-138, 28-141, 28-145, 28-148, 28-149, 28-168, 28-186, and 28-187 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by adding and removing language to limit utility account establishment to property owners only, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 1 is now approved on first reading. OFR 2, again a first reading of an ordinance, amending Chapter 26, Article 8, valet parking on rights of way and public parking facilities of the Code of Ordinances to establish boundaries for valet operations in public rights of way. No one has signed up to speak. Anyone have any questions? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, revising certain exceptions to permit temporary valet operations in the rights of way in the City of Fort Lauderdale as set forth in subsection 28-226 and subsection 26-232 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 2 is now approved on first reading. OFR 3 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale amending ordinance number C-12-26 as amended by ordinance number C-13-08 of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by revising the term of appointment to the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board from 3 consecutive one-year terms to 2 consecutive 3-year terms. We have one person who signed up to speak, Troy Liggett. Troy, are you still here? Good evening, Troy.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I just have 2 points I want to make. First is thank you for listening and considering this from my June presentation. I think you're all here except for the mayor, so I want to reiterate 1 point about this. Under the current 3-year terms, the members of the CRAB board, by the time they figure out, as a former CRAB board member, by the time they figure out rezoning and affordable housing and streetscapes and everything, the incentives programs and everything, they're termed out. This will be a significant improvement on that. The other issue is there's a current rezoning plan that the city is considering for this area. It's going to be before you soon. They've been working on that since their inception. The current board that adopted it is effectively the 6th different reiteration under the 3-year terms of board members. I blame the long delay in part because of these short terms. I also kind of blame that the current proposal isn't really a compromise because it has bounced back and forth from each new board, and the current group that have approved the plan that is heading your way had 6 new members on the 11-member board when it was appointed. They saw one presentation that was the commercial properties owner's presentation. They hadn't been through all the many years of this, and so we're still working hard on finding that compromise. I know I've worked with Commissioner Glassman. The mayor has been supportive. We're still working on that. I think this, at least for the future, will improve and help us avoid issues like we're facing now with the rezoning plan. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, there being none, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending ordinance number C-12-26 as amended by ordinance number C-13-08 of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by revising the term of appointment to the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glosson?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 3 is now approved on first reading. OSR 1, this is a second reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 25 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances regarding street sidewalks and undergrounding of utility facilities in the Special Assessment Program. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
The ordinance has been introduced. Any questions? Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, sections 25-129.4, 25-129.17, and 25-130 to address undergrounding of utilities, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, codification and correction of Scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OSR 1 is now approved on second reading. We have a walk-on tonight regarding a call-up. Just give me a second. I have that in front of me. Okay, so this is a walk-on. I don't seem to have a copy of the walk-on. Do you have a copy of the walk-on?
I do not.
No.
I think I had a digital one going on now.
No, I don't think.
I don't have a copy of it either.
Here we are. All right. So in front of me, we have the walk-on. It's a motion for discussion. City Commission request for review the Amalfi case UDP S24035 of 2317 North Ocean Boulevard. I believe this was called up by the Vice Mayor. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll let you begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So Reason I'm calling this up is I had heard from a number of people who participated at the meeting that there were some things that were stated during the course of the meeting that they found somewhat concerning. And so I thought, in the interest of getting some clarity on this and getting some information on the record, I wanted to have an opportunity to review the meeting and speak to the folks involved and have a discussion about that, and again, get some clarity on the record. So that was the reason I've asked for this to be called up.
Okay. Are you supporting the request for a call-up and a de novo hearing?
So I guess what I'd like to do is, again, I've got procedural issues about what was related to the board and by the board. And so let me ask Mr. Spence how this should work. So if I've got things that I want clarity on, how does this process work? Do we need to call it up, have the discussion? Do we make a motion for a call up and then we have a discussion and then decide to move forward? What's the procedure?
So the procedure for the City Commission request for review is if a commissioner intends to review the project based on the fact that there's criteria, and I'll read that criteria into the record. They send a notice to the city clerk, and then it comes before this board. And the sole purpose now is to consider whether or not the application for the new project is in an area which, due to the characteristics of the project and the surrounding areas, requires additional review in order to ensure that the development standards and criteria have been met, and to ensure that the area surrounding the development is protected from the impacts of the development. So the review criteria for the call-up is based on the development itself and its impact on the surrounding area and your concern as it relates to the application for that. There isn't necessarily a procedure for addressing procedural issues besides the applicant or a person withstanding actually appealing the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board. Our call-up procedure doesn't call for a necessarily procedural review.
So again, and you and I have had an opportunity to discuss this. So it's a question of process. There were some statements that were made during the course of the meeting that may or may not have influenced the vote that the board took, and those are my concerns. It's not necessarily, I'm not trying to relitigate the project itself. That's not my goal here. My goal is to make sure that, if you will, the vote that was taken was a pure vote, if that makes sense.
So you just want to bring it up to the attention of the commission and being sort of agnostic with regard to whether or not it should be a de novo hearing. We should sort of hear from the public and see, what exactly, and then we can make a decision from there. Is that what you're basically saying?
That's correct.
Okay. Alrighty. So there are just a few people who signed up to speak. So why don't I give them a call, and then I'll ask the district commissioner to comment also. And Alan Zeman asked to go first. So Mr. Zeman, school board members, Zeman, come on up. What hat are you wearing tonight?
Tonight's hat is Homeowner Association. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I'm not used to sitting on this side. We had 9 hours of school board meetings today, so I'm here as a very tired Homeowner Association president, and I support Commissioner Herbst, the Vice Mayor's petition for this. In particular, I don't want to litigate the particular development, but I do want to think a little bit about the process that we have in place for making decisions about what is going to be a landmark development in our neighborhood. The planning and zoning meeting lasted a long time, lots of people showing up, lots of emails and phone calls to planning and zoning members and to others. It is an issue of great interest. The 6 homeowners associations around there have voted between 88 and 100% against this development. And we thought at Planning and Zoning that they would consider both the conditional use and the yard modification Our view of the
What were the, how many associations?
6.
6. What were they?
So Fort Lauderdale Beach and Dolphin Isles are the two big ones, left and right, east and west.
They both took a vote and they voted against it?
Dolphin Isles 88% against, Fort Lauderdale Beach 98% against. Then we had Shore Club, The View, White Egret, and then going up north, the Everglades, which is right next door.
And you're saying they all voted against this?
They all voted against it, and I can give you the numbers if you'd like for the other 4.
It's just we have representatives from those areas tonight, so we can hear from them.
Oh, terrific. I don't want to speak for them. I just want to be the Dolphin Isles guy. But I am fascinated with this being an issue that is got in the end to balance the developers' rights to using their land with the community's interest in developing something that makes sense. What impressed us about the planning and zoning meeting was the depth of the conversation and the length and the number of people that were there. What didn't impress us is that they seemed to kind of gloss over or maybe even ignore the yard modification. And in this particular case, Commission, when you add up the 120-foot setback that there is on each dimension, ground and level, they would like to build on the setback by 89%. It's a tremendous deviation. We're not experts, but our casual measurement of the developments along that western part of A1A show that no one else that has built since 97 has gotten any deviation from the setback. The View, 160 stories, 80 feet back, and so on and so on. The two developments north and south, 60 feet tall, 30-foot setbacks. This development is asking to be 25 feet, not even as far setback as the 6-story buildings north and south of them. And we are concerned that the Planning and Zoning Commission did not discuss that. We've watched the video many times. We transcripted it. And that's just not something that's been discussed. And we believe...
Please continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm happy to stop if my time's up.
Well, just finish your thought.
I'm sorry. Our concern is that Planning and Zoning didn't consider that. And our purported cause of that is the direction that they got from the city attorney and from the vice chair. It may have conflated the need to pass this item on the conditional use side with passing the item in total. I can't believe that something that asked for 89% of the setback to be obliterated didn't get discussed at Planning and Zoning. And I just feel like this is such a significant development for our community that it ought to be decided by elected officials no matter what.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Stephanie Toothaker, you signed up to speak. Followed by, let me announce the ones in order, Fernando Oliveira and Ellen Bogdanoff.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I have a full presentation. It might be best if I go last, or I can
that's fine.
try to.
It
Thank you.
didn't say that, so I'm happy to give you that. Okay. Fernando, are you here? Come on up. Followed by Ellen Bogdanoff, followed by Stephen Nagy. Good evening.
I wasn't sworn in. Do I have to be?
I'm sorry?
I wasn't sworn in. Do I have to be? It's my first
Well,
time.
I think you were when you signed up. Did you not?
Okay.
This is not a quasi-judicial process.
Oh, it's not quite. So you still have to tell the truth.
All right. Thank you.
All bets are off now. Go ahead.
Yes.
Say whatever you want.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Fernando Oliveira. I live at 2300 Northeast 33rd Ave, Unit 502, which is the Everglades Club. And I'm here as an individual homeowner from the club. During the October 15th Planning and Zoning meeting, there was conversation, there was asked if there was a vote for the by the owners, by the homeowners, and
of Everglades.
Of the Everglades.
Yeah.
And at that time, there was someone representing the Everglades and said no, they wasn't a poll or voting by the homeowners, which is true. So I, this past weekend, sent an email and asked my fellow homeowners if they were for or against. 94% of the respondents said they were against. I think the next question would be, what percentage responded? 41%. So 41%. It was just one day.
41% of all the homeowners.
Yes. Responded, of which 94, the ones that did respond, were for against
or against
yes.
Okay, got it.
That's really all I'm here to provide some additional data points that were asked on the October 15th and weren't provided.
Let me ask you something. Do you know whether those property owners attended any of the presentations or saw the planning and zoning meeting online or anything like that? Do you know if they, heard the pros and the cons of the program?
Yeah, I believe we all did. And so, as a matter of fact, I was part of the CBA meeting early in, I think, in March of this previous year. The issue is that at the very last minute, the board presented to the homeowners. Then we had to make a decision, or actually just vote on the letter that was provided by, or the offer agreement that was provided by the Moore Group. And it was, we were asked around, I think, 3 o'clock in the afternoon to have an emergency meeting at 8 o'clock. And not all of us could attend. I could not attend. And the decision wasn't do you support it or not support it. The question was whether or not we should move forward with the contractual agreement that was being offered. So there was
what contractual agreement?
The Everglades has an agreement with the Moore Group.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, time's up.
Any questions?
Thank you. Ellen Bogdanoff, followed by Stephen Negay, followed by Gareth Moore. And Ellen, you represent the Everglades Condo Association?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Ellen Bogdanoff, representing the Everglades. Just kind of want to give you a perspective of what happened. Obviously, this project was out there. The association president and the board had tried to communicate with a lot of their board members. More than 27, I think, out of the 44 units are snowbirds. So they're not here. They're not, how many? 7, okay, got it backwards. 17 are snowbirds.
Out of 44?
Advise them that, based on my history with the city of Fort Lauderdale, as you all know, I'm on the other side of a lot of the development and a lot of the projects over the years. You kind of look and you make an assessment and you advise your clients that there is a possibility that this could pass. Do you want to sit down and negotiate with the developer to address your concerns? Because not wanting the development is one thing, but having specific concerns that if a development is going to be there is another issue. They put together a committee. They had well over 20 concerns of things that they wanted to address with the developer. I put it to them in writing, and to the developer's credit, he came back and said, okay, we're going to take care of all of them. And it had to do with the vibrations, the fact that they have a retaining wall that's butt up against the project. They said that they would replace the retaining wall. They would make sure that they kept the property clean. I mean, they went through, and I have the letter here, a lot of the issues and the concerns that the development had. A lot of the people didn't like the idea that it would be blocking their view. Because right now, I think there's like 2-story buildings there, but they're only 9 stories. So anything 9 stories and above is going to block their view. And I think the original proposal was like a block that was going to block everybody's view. The developer came back and did this kind of, actually it's a beautiful building, where you're going to have the opportunity to see through it and not to necessarily block and shade everything. So bottom line is, it was a negotiation. They did the best they can to communicate with all of the residents. Some of them responded, some of them didn't. They sent the letter to everybody and said, this is what the developer's offering. They had the option to say, no, we refuse and we want to oppose, and they didn't do that. So at this point, the Everglades Board of Directors voted to support the project, and the residents that are here that oppose it, they have every right to do that. But the board as a whole made the decision, which they're allowed to do, that they were going to support it, and the developer agreed to accommodate all of their concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Stephen, followed by Gareth, who's here for questions only, right? Okay. And everyone wants to be in the order they want to be in. Okay. All right. Good evening, sir.
Yes, thank
How are you?
Yes, thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Stephen Nagy, N-A-G-Y, and I have a residence on 3329 Northeast 18th Street. I went to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and I only started to look at this project the night before. And the first thing that struck me with the application for this was that the applicant said that because of the 120-foot setback, there is no appreciable development that can happen on this land. That's absolutely false. That's absolutely false. The day after the meeting, I started to drill down into the code and realized this project is completely and totally illegal. The setbacks are governed by the dimensional table requirements in our code book, and it says specifically, in no case shall the dimensional requirement be less than the amount equal to 1/2 the height of the building, and that's the requirement for the setback. The lot's 122 feet deep. They can't build a 240-foot building. It just can't be done. And they're saying nothing else can be done with the property. That's completely false. So what they did was say, we want a 240-foot building, wipe out the setbacks, let's forget them, throw them out, and let us build our 240-foot building on this 122-foot wide lot. That's a complete violation of the code. Then they relied on the modification of yard section of the code, and the Planning and Zoning Board cannot change setbacks. If you look at the modification section of the code, it says specifically they can adjust the location of the building on the site. The way the formula works is you look at the site and the land governs what you can build. If you've got a 122-foot lot and you want a 40-foot building, you can have a 40-foot backyard, 40-foot front yard, and build an 80-foot building. That's it. Case closed. They said there's nothing else can be done. They compared buildings all up and down A1A. They even went to the commercial business district and pulled some buildings out of that. That modification requires comparison to adjacent properties. It even defines adjacent properties as 300 feet north, 300 feet south. Adjacent properties are the Cambria and the Fountains. The Cambria bought the same piece of property, only a little bit longer, and decided they want a 25-foot front yard, 25-foot backyard. And they built a 50-foot building. The Fountains decided 30-foot front yard, 30-foot backyard, and built a 60-foot building. This project can be built to 80 feet, but that's it. If they want to build higher, they need to buy the Everglades property. They would have 250 feet. Well, you would laugh, but that's really the only way to do it. Because this is the law, and the Planning Zoning Board can't waive it. You can't even waive it. When I showed up, I said,
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your thought.
I'll finish. I said, this should really go to a variance. And they can't even get a variance because a variance would require a hardship, which is no other use of the property. And there are other uses of the property. So by you accepting this for a de novo review, you essentially would be placing it in the window of what a variance would require, being approved by the city commission, and then you could either approve it or disapprove it. We shouldn't have to be here and go to court. We shouldn't have to get lawyers and fight this legally. I've given to David 6 copies of case law relating to this, all right? There was a case just like this in Jensen Beach in 2001. A developer built in violation of the comprehensive plan and the building code and kept going, and it was sued by neighbors. And eventually, 7 years later, the Supreme Court decided you violated the building code. You got to take the apartment buildings down. And people were living in them. They vacated the people and tore the buildings down.
Wow.
And that's what's going to happen here if you let them tear it down.
All right.
I'll be giving you the news articles and the reference to the case law. And that's what's going to happen here if it allows to be built. By the way, I was given 3 minutes. We've seen Stephanie
Actually, you'll be
Toothacre's-
given 4 minutes.
Okay.
So please conclude your remarks.
We've seen Stephanie Toothacre's song and dance, all right? We don't need to see the whole thing again. Please limit
I
her to
haven't
3
seen
minutes
it.
also.
I haven't seen it. So is it okay if I see
Well,
it?
it's on the Planning and Zoning Board thing. I mean, if we had 3 minutes,
Sir,
you shouldn't be able to give the
all right,
whole
we're-
presentation.
Okay. All righty. Well, thanks for
Just
coming
limit her.
tonight.
And
Thanks for coming
We
tonight.
get 3 minutes. She should get 3 minutes.
Well, you got 4.5 now, so.
Give her 4.5.
Steve Gannon, please. and then let's see, Steve Gannon, and then Robert Ginhart, who's president of the White Egret, and Bill Brown, who's president of the Central Beach Alliance.
Mr. Gannon.
Yeah, Dwayne, I have a concern about that.
Well, I didn't hear this. What?
Mr. Gannon served on the Planning and Zoning Board, and was on the board when this item came before the board and voted on the item.
True. He's not allowed to speak?
I have a concern about, in terms of, it's a quasi-judicial item, and if the item comes back before your board, you would have to recuse yourself from.
Because of speaking, because of giving, I've already given a vote opinion on it, and I thought once the case is over, we can even talk to each other and discuss it. Can we? Am I wrong about all these?
No, the posture of this, particularly with what the speakers have been saying, this is not an appeal, but with threat of litigation, it's possible if the commission doesn't, and please don't take this wrong, the lawyers will understand what I'm saying, and hopefully the commission will understand what I'm saying, even if the residents don't. There were threats from the speaker before you of a court case. If the commission does not move on this item tonight and your neighbors take this to court, there's a potential for the court to remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Board, where you sit as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board, and you would not be able to
vote on it again.
Vote on the item or participate on the item.
Take your choice. You want to speak tonight or leave open the possibility to be
I don't want litigation, that's for sure.
I know, but
I don't want to cause it to the city.
All right, so you have
either.
two choices. You can speak tonight, or
I would recuse myself. Is that what you say? What would happen then if
yes,
that's one of my concerns, and the other concern is that you actually voted on the item, and I'm kind of concerned about what you might be saying in this process.
If I could add something to this too, because I was planning on asking Sherry McCartney to come speak tonight, and she declined because she was concerned about some of the same things. Because I was hoping to have her come and address some of the things that were said at the meeting, because those were some of the things I was concerned about. So
those are the things I'm concerned about too.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying there's a similar circumstance in what Dwayne is bringing up.
All right, so to frame it differently.
Sure.
And if you were a finder of fact, you served as a judge in this matter. If it's appealed to another court, the court never brings another judge in to elicit his testimony about the proceedings that took place before his court. So what I'm suggesting to you is that you're kind of tainting the process by speaking on the item, and I don't know what you're going to speak on the item about, but I'm just cautioning about that.
Well, if you're going to caution me, I won't speak. I don't want to taint anything. But
okay. All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Steve. All righty. Robert Ginhart. Robert, are you still here? Okay. Followed by Bill Brown, followed by Stephanie and your client. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
What does the White Egret have to say about this?
Yes. I just want to say that this process has brought together 6 of our surrounding HOAs, and I think that's a great thing because we need to talk. We need to be concerned about
Thank developers for bringing the community together.
We need to be together to talk and to make our community as best as we can make it. So I did I did speak with the board. The board was concerned. This happened so quickly, this decision, and we would greatly appreciate if somehow this could be called back up and there'd be a little more time to just go over everything, maybe do some rethinking. That was basically the general opinion. White Egret is 17 stories. White Egret complied to setback limits. And so we would hope that everyone would follow that, as we should be doing.
Did White Egret take a vote on this?
Yes, we did. I took it to the owners.
And what did they say?
It was 99% supporting for me to join the other HOAs and to see if we could come up with something that was in the best interest of the community.
99% supporting what?
Supporting the organization of the 6 homeowners associations.
Oh, okay.
And
did they
supporting
vote
to ask you to give us maybe to review the whole case and possibly.
Did they vote on the development itself?
No, I had a lot of comments about that. There's a lot of concern about traffic congestion.
No, right. Well, let me just focus
Go ahead,
on that
right.
because it was represented tonight by another speaker that your building voted on it and voted on it overwhelmingly against the project.
Well, I would say that would be very true.
Did a vote take place?
The vote that they took that gave 99% was
to give you authority to participate with the other buildings,
correct,
but not on the project itself.
No, but I've heard from almost everyone in the building, and they are very concerned about the project.
Oh, I understand that.
But you're correct. The vote was only about organizing.
Okay. All righty. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Brown. Now, it's my understanding. Oh, God. God help you, Bill. Okay, you got the sympathy vote. So my understanding is that as president of the Central Beach, this building is in the Central Beach Alliance neighborhood district. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, all right.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Bill Brown, President of the Central Beach Alliance. We are the neighborhood association on record. Contrary to what was told at the planning and zoning, when a map was shown that our boundaries ended at Sunrise that came off our website, is totally untrue. That map that was presented was the map of the Central Beach Master Plan of the city, and explains that. Our boundaries run from Harbor Beach to the north, down by Fire Station 49, all the way up A1A to Oakland Park. We have several condos that are participants along with individual memberships. To say that this came up at the last minute, the vote, and before P&Z, I would dispute that because Ms. Toothaker and the developer came to us last year. We didn't take a vote until June. There were several meetings that we had participation in, and we finally took a vote. And that vote was 224 in support, 171 against. Some of those condos that are affected, like the Palms and Bears across the street, they all voted in support of that. Several of the buildings up and down have individual members that live at the Sapphire and other Berkeley South and others. They also supported that. So, and in talking with the president of the Homeowners Association of the Everglades Club, they were the board was supportive of that early on. There were some concerns, and you'll hear later possibly that they were able to reach some conclusions. But what we have here tonight was the Vice Mayor brought forward was concerns about some of the statements that were made by board members. I watched that board meeting that night in the hospital. And let me just say, it's a different experience watching planning and zoning from a hospital bed. There was a lot of people there against, as normally they come out against, where people in support of projects tend to stay at home. We sent a letter of support. We had over 200 members, as I mentioned, in support, 224 to 171. But I was impressed, and I also went back later this week and watched it. And I have to compliment the interim city attorney. I've watched him at many times at commission meetings and planning and zoning meetings, and he was overly cautious to make sure that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed as far as the procedural process. And then the concern about one planning and zoning board member made that kind of steered the vote. I think personally, and I'm not an attorney, but she put it in a perspective that what the role of the Planning and Zoning Board is to look at the facts and the finding of facts. And that was what was presented tonight, or that night at the P&Z. And a lot of the testimony was people just didn't want it. It's that typical, I don't want it in my backyard type mentality. But overall, I think the hearing was done procedurally correct. And I would ask that this commission allow the developer to proceed in support of the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Bill, I need to address that because I listened to that and I stopped the video every 3 seconds and I have a word-for-word transcription of what was said. So I know exactly what Mr. Dwayne Spence had to say. I've talked with him about his comments and I've expressed to him why I had some reservations about it. And I spoke with Shari about exactly what she said and why I had reservations about what she said. So I just want to be very clear that, again, I listened to that tape. I was up till 1 o'clock in the morning, word for word. I got pages of notes on every single thing that was said.
Yeah.
Just want you to be clear. I'm not doing this casually. Again, when I look into something and I research it exhaustively and thoroughly. So I understand what you're saying. I stand by the concerns that I expressed to both of them. I don't think that what I shared with Mr. Spence, he objected to. We may not agree completely on what, let me rephrase that. What was intended to be expressed and how I interpreted what was being said may be two things. And there's always room for that. And that's actually why I asked Mr. Spence to provide some clarity. And it was why I'd asked Shari to come and provide some clarity. Because I wanted to get that on the record. But I want to be very clear that what I heard and what I was troubled by, I think merited concern and discussion tonight. Thank you.
Point well taken, Vice Mayor, and I agree with you. Interpretation can be different things from different people. So, well taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
So,
Bill.
if I may, just because our conversation was a private conversation, but there was an article or editorial that kind of framed your impression different than what we discussed, which is that I was providing guidance to the board in terms of what they needed to do procedurally, and our disagreement was in essence that you did not think that I informed them well enough about the criteria for the conditional use, and specifically the option of that they did not have to approve the conditional use. Not that I advised the board, which that editorial seems to suggest that they had to approve the project, which we completely, that I believe you understood that was not the direction that I provided the Planning and Zoning Board, and understood that not to be what my comments were about. I just wanted that to be clear, because I thought that the editorial could leave the impression, and the vagueness of your comments now could leave the audience with the impression that we are in agreement that I somehow directed the board to vote for approval under threat of litigation, which is not, I'm in no agreement with that, and I thought in our conversation you were not in agreement with
absolutely.
that either.
And I'm trying to tiptoe around because of
No,
what you
I
said
understand,
about
but
how we could understand.
But because
Let me be on the record.
Because the general public only has
Understood.
what was in the article, and vaguely our conversation, I wanted to make sure they understood the context.
And thank you, Dwayne, for bringing it up. So for the record, my concern was that people who had listened to that may have come away with an incomplete understanding of what was a very nuanced conversation. You were attempting to make sure that the board did not put itself in jeopardy, and that is what you and I discussed. And you do this often with us because we frequently put ourselves in jeopardy by saying things that we shouldn't be saying on the record in quasi-judicial hearings. And so as I shared with you, your attempt was to steer them clear as a very conservative and cautious lawyer, which I know you to be, and I know that was your attempt. I was concerned that that may not have been understood by everybody. And so that's where I think you and I were probably in agreement on it. And that was.
I appreciate that clarification.
Right. So thank you. And I didn't mean it to be anything other than that.
So were you two able to come? I'm just curious. Were you able to come to an understanding, and was there clarity between the two of you?
Yes, I believe there was, and my goal tonight was to have that discussion in a public forum. I didn't want that to be a private conversation. I wanted that to be a public conversation.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I see Mike Lambrecht walked in the room. Mike, do you want to say something on this? Just press the button at the bottom, right?
This is actually, I think, my first time presenting or at least speaking on an item like this, but I just wanted to say a few things in support of this project. I've been familiar with this project now for several years. So I don't think this is anything that's come up on this agenda or through this city that's been last minute at all. It's been years that this project's been in consideration. My opinion is that the developer has done everything and then some to make this project as suitable as they could for the community. They've got so much money in this project. When you look at what's in that neighborhood and versus what they're doing and what they're putting up, to me as a District 2 resident, this project looks excellent compared to what they could have put there. The other thing is too, I want to offer my respect to the Planning and Zoning Board as well. They voted 7-2 on this. That board exists for that reason. I don't understand why we're back up here having this discussion again. I understand that there's procedural concerns, but I think continuing to delay this project just makes it harder on everybody. So I hope that we can find a resolution to this quickly and get this project to move on. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Stephanie Toothaker?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of the Amalfi Project. I actually, in listening to the conversation, I'm going to spare you from my very long presentation. I think some of you may have watched it at Planning and Zoning Board, and it is a deep dive.
I did not stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning if that's what you want.
It is a very...
Feel free to join me.
Yeah.
I recommend red wine while you do it, by the way. So.
We did do a very deep dive, a very long historical discussion about how this section of the beach landed on the height of 240. I do want to just touch on that for a minute, because originally when some of these buildings were approved, the Palms and L'Hermitage, the height limitation in that district was actually 300 feet. And then over time, the city actually made a decision to do a reduction to that. They froze it at 300 feet. And then after that, at a later date, and I don't have it open, so I'm not going to give you specific dates. At a later date, the city did a zoning in progress and said, you know what, east of the intercoastal, we're actually going to lower it again. So there was a very long planning discussion that got to the point where the height of these buildings was frozen at 240 feet. Through a conditional use.
So stop there just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So explain to us and the public how we can go from a rule that says that the setback has to be 1/2 the height of the building, or vice versa, the height of the building must be 1/2 the distance of the setback. And how do you get to 240 feet if, as has been suggested tonight, it should only be like 80 feet? How do we get to that point?
Right. So the Planning and Zoning Board is vested with the authority to consider two things.
Can I just interrupt? Sorry for
Yes,
just
of
1
course.
second. Mayor, I'm trying to understand what we're working to accomplish here. So, if I can could I ask Dwayne a couple? I'm just trying to figure this out here. So, my understanding is the Vice Mayor brought forward a call up to discuss whether this should be a de novo hearing. Is that? I just want to track what we're doing.
Correct.
That's the process. You have the city commission requests for review process, in which certain items can be called up by an individual commissioner and then considered by the entire body for whether or not to forward it to a de novo hearing.
Okay, great.
And based on what criteria, though?
There's specific criteria in 47-268.2 of the code that specifically speaks to the review of the application, and if it's found that the new project is in an area which, due to the characteristics of the project and the surrounding area, require additional review in order to ensure that the development standards and criteria have been met, and to ensure that the area surrounding the development is protected from the impacts of the development.
Okay, great. So
my question is to respond to how the development criteria have been met.
Great, but before we even get there, Mayor, I just want to be clear because maybe I missed something. So, but Vice Mayor, if I heard you right, your request is not concerning what Dwayne just said, but your concern is a misunderstanding that you and Dwayne had that you'd like to talk about publicly. Did I hear you say that right?
Myself and Dwayne, but also comments that were made by Sherry on while the vote was being taken.
Okay.
Which unfortunately, as a board member, she's not able to discuss for the reasons articulated by Mr. Spencer.
Right, and I think I could have done a little better job of articulating my concern with regards to board members being questioned on this.
Sure.
So,
Well, the problem is we're here already.
if there is a challenge to the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, it's the onus on the city to defend the action of the Planning and Zoning Board before a circuit court. What I'm trying to avoid is creating an additional record here of you all eliciting separate testimony that is outside of the purview of that quasi-judicial hearing.
Right.
That quasi-judicial hearing and their decision should only be based upon the evidence, the record, the staff report that contained all of the applicants' application, their justification for the setbacks, the yard modifications, the conditional use, the testimony that was provided at the hearing, and then the deliberation of the board members, which is all a part of that record, which the court, if it were to be appealed, would hear.
Right.
In this process, which is a city process, you are supposed to be limited to the criteria that I have outlined.
Yep.
What my concern is in delving into these other areas and trying to find out what was the motivation of board members, other than what was articulated on the record, is this idea of creating an additional record of proceedings that are outside of the four squares of that quasi-judicial
Exactly,
hearing.
and that's my concern too, from a legal standpoint. So, what should be evaluated to determine whether a de novo hearing should occur? Dwayne, what's appropriate?
Strictly the application itself and the surrounding area. And so if arguments have been made that specifically address those concerns that are outlined or the criteria that's outlined in the code, that section that I read,
great.
Those things can be considered.
Okay.
But there's no other basis for approving a motion for de novo, for a de novo hearing.
So then Vice Mayor raised some concerns about some of the communication and some of the procedural questions he has that happen at planning and zoning, which, if I heard you right, Dwayne, you're saying there's those concerns would not be remedied through a de novo hearing.
It wouldn't be. I welcome the opportunity to kind of address, particularly since I understand there's certain statements made about how I was directing the board, and the comments made in the Sunset editorial. I'd like to clarify for the record. I think I have.
Yep.
But to the extent that can be clearer for the general public, I'd appreciate that. But but that doesn't. That kind of speaks against the purpose of this particular hearing, though, and in terms of what you need to determine. You're strictly limited to reviewing the application and its impact on the characteristics of the surrounding areas.
Great. So is there anything from a procedural or communication standpoint at the planning and zoning meeting that you're concerned about or want to discuss at this time or share with us?
So what I did at that meeting was very typical, particularly when we have a controversial matter. And if you've listened to this transcript, what I did was try to focus the board not on just the testimony that they were hearing that night, but remind them that their decision in this quasi-judicial setting needs to be based on whether or not they met the criteria of the code. And to impress upon them how important this is, because the Planning and Zoning Board has yet to lose a challenge to one of their decisions. I pointed out to them that the Board of Adjustment has lost 2 decisions rather recently based on their decisions not being based upon the criteria of the code. So I was admonishing the board to pay attention to the criteria of the code and doing this vote, particularly because this item seemed to be contentious based upon the number of people that were at the hearing. Yep. And that was all that was. That admonishment in terms of, hey, this is what happened with the Planning and Zoning Board was merely that. It wasn't to say that you need to vote in any particular way. It was you need to base your vote on the criteria of the code, which is a similar admonishment that I'm giving you now in terms of your determination on making a motion for a de novo hearing.
Okay. So great. So thank you. So Mayor, I think that's helpful hearing from Dwayne, from a procedural and kind of communication standpoint, some of the concerns Vice Mayor raised about that. So I think that's helpful. I think for further sharing of testimony and talking about side yard modifications and heights and so forth, my view is that is best done not now, Mayor, but that would best be done in a de novo hearing if that's the will of the commission to express the concerns about the application and so forth. So I think that's the right venue for that. Am I heading in the right direction, Dwayne, on that?
I don't think it's that limited. Unfortunately, the Pandora's box has been opened, and we're allowed to ask any questions with regard to any of the criteria upon which the the Planning and Zoning Board had based this decision, and whether or not if it had an impact on the neighboring community. I think that's the criteria. So, yes, we could talk about it at a de novo hearing, but even though the Vice Mayor said that the only reason why he brought this up for consideration today was limited in his mind, unfortunately, we have people here today who do have the right to hear some of the other issues. And I just wanted to hear from Ms. Toothaker how you get from 80 feet to 240 feet, which is without that doesn't expand or create a new record for a court to listen to, because it's the same argument they would have had at the Planning and Zoning Board, correct? There was the same issue that would have come up there, correct?
Correct.
So we're not expanding the record. We're just I didn't listen to the Planning and Zoning meeting. I don't intend to. I just wanted to hear it. So let me get past this question, and then if you want to make a motion one way or the other with regard to de novo hearing, I will.
So what we're doing right now is to discuss to determine whether there should be a de novo hearing.
Correct.
I'm just trying to understand
That's
what
all
we're
it's
doing.
about. That's all it's
Okay.
about.
And so, Dwayne, we can talk about anything related to this
anything
during
within
this
the
time,
scope.
during this consideration. I just want to
You
understand.
can speak on items that you think, the aspects of that application that you think help you in making the determination as to whether or not it has this impact on the characteristics of the surrounding area as articulated in the code.
Okay, so then we probably should have staff come up. Raquel, I'm thinking we should have staff come up, DSD, to share their perspectives on this, right?
I don't know if we need to go there. I just think
if we're getting the full picture, though, Mayor. I think
I would like to hear from the applicant how they feel that they're entitled to a 240-foot building, and obviously Planning and Zoning made a decision through staff recommendation as to whether or not this building applies to the zoning code that we have in force. I don't think everybody here in the chamber tonight or listening to us maybe had a full understanding of that. So if Ms. Toothaker, if you can answer my question, that will be helpful, and then we can end the conversation right after that if you wish.
Mayor, thank you. The gentleman that spoke had a complete misunderstanding of how the ULDR works. The statement that he made was just wrong.
Which gentleman?
The gentleman that said that the building would be 80 feet.
Okay, I'm just threw that
That's
out.
just not how that's just not how
Right, so tell us
this
how you
code
got
works.
to 240 feet.
So, as I was saying, the city made a determination for this entire area, this entire strip of A1A, that this entire area would be residential high, which is the highest allowable land use, and the zoning would be RMH 60. It's the entire strip, all the way from L'Hermitage down to the Palms, and it goes further, but those are good barometers.
Okay.
That section of A1A says you are 120 feet by right and 240 feet by conditional use.
So what does that mean, conditional use?
You have to go to the Planning and Zoning Board and ask for it.
But what conditions do you have to fulfill?
You have to meet criteria. And I just counted the pages that it's not accurate to say that I didn't address it. Pages 16 through, that I'm sparing you from, 16 through 33 are the number of pages that I spent painstakingly going through all the criteria that we met to meet the conditional use for that height. And I also, some of those pages, because there were two requirements that the Planning and Zoning Board had to review. One was the conditional use for height. The other was the yard modification request. It's also not accurate to say that other projects don't have yard modifications. Every project in Fort Lauderdale has yard modifications. In fact, I know the Planning and Zoning Board is not speaking, but every time an applicant appears before the Planning and Zoning Board, they have the same discussion. Why do we have this in our code? Why do we make every applicant come and ask for a yard modification? It's every project. There are probably 3 or 4 yard modification requests on every Planning and Zoning Board meeting, because that's how our code is written. Our code is written.
Stephanie, can I ask you a question about
Of course.
that? Because that came up in a conversation I was having with somebody. How long has that been the case where, to your point, it seems like every single project has to have a yard modification?
Every single one.
It's not like we haven't known about this for a long time.
Since I was first a commissioner.
Right. I mean, so
even before.
we have updated our ULDR more times than I can count since I've been here. How is it that we have not managed to update it with respect to yard modifications, and we go through this charade over and over and over again? Unless this is like the Land Use Attorneys Full Employment Act of 2002. Like, I'm not sure.
I could not agree with you more,
question.
Vice Mayor.
I want to understand why we continue to do something that makes no sense.
I agree with everything.
I mean, everybody I've talked to that's in your profession, like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's so
like
dumb.
dock waivers.
It
like
can't
dock
be
waivers. And dolphin filings. Yeah, I know.
The half the height of the building cannot be met. And again, I'm not going to bore you with my presentation, but I actually asked Kobe Karp, who is our architect, to create a slide showing everybody what half the height of the building would look like.
I saw the slide. It's a very interesting one. Yes.
But it's every project, and I think it can't be built.
Sir,
It's true,
would
it
you
cannot be
please sit
built.
down? You're not.
No,
there's
but
more
I'm just
speaking.
wondering.
Thank
I'm
you.
wondering why hasn't this been addressed? And maybe this is a staff
I
question.
think that's probably
and I apologize for interrupting, but I'd
You're
really
right,
like to
though.
understand this because it makes no sense to me, and I don't know why this keeps coming back around and around and around.
Because that's the way the law is written.
I know, but we update the ULDR
I know,
all the
but
time, Mayor. Why
we-
hasn't nobody ever said, let's fix this, because it's a glaringly stupid rule.
Fix it.
Fix it.
And it's
Anthony.
Anthony's
Fix
fault.
it.
Anthony, why haven't you fixed this?
Fix it, Anthony.
You've been here a long time.
You fixed the wall height tonight.
Right, exactly. But that's actually, Mayor, that's a great point.
Fix
All joking aside, we fixed wall heights, but why haven't we fixed something that, like yard modifications, that's clearly a huge problem for everybody to try and get projects done? So help me understand what I'm missing.
So, Vice Mayor Anthony Fajardo, Development Services Director, I don't really have a clean answer for you. We've never been directed to address that section of the ordinance. Ms. Toothaker's correct. It's not uncommon for those types of requests to appear on Planning and Zoning Board. That's been like that since I've been at the city for 20 plus years. She's also correct that the city commission, and I believe it was 2004 that we entered into the zoning in progress, or that it was codified from a zoning in progress to reduce the height 20% east of the intercoastal. So there was some consideration then on reducing the overall height on the barrier island. I would also say that the RMH 60 zoning district is one of our older original zoning districts. It's been around since we codified, our zoning code in the 80s. If that's something the City Commission would like us to look at, we can definitely come back with some options to consider, but we've just never been directed to deal with it that way.
I mean, I don't know. What do my colleagues think? This seems to be an ongoing problem. Is this something we ought to take a look at?
I think we should fix it also.
Yeah, I bet. Chris, you and I have talked about this, right? Aren't we looking at it? I thought we were starting to look at it, or Yeah, so I agree, Vice Mayor. It's something that
I mean, and with our neighborhoods, I don't want to just like unilaterally make this. I think this needs to be a conversation with the community and engage everybody in it. But it seems to me if this is an ongoing problem, it behooves us to do something about it.
Yeah, so it's come up before in various neighborhoods and areas of the city. We have explored some options, nothing finite or definite, but we haven't received that direction to really dig into it and bring it back. So if the commission gave us consensus, we could, really put some effort into that.
Maybe we should make it a conference item and we can have a conversation regarding it.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, we tried to do it with dock waivers, and the Marine Advisory Board was dead set against it.
Yep.
So we'll try. All right. In
Well,
the
don't
meantime,
invite
this
the
is
Marine
the law.
Advisory Board then.
This is the law we have today. So
Okay, I'm sorry, Stephanie. Please come back. This is something that has been a thorn in my side, and I'm glad you brought it up because it gave me an opportunity to get it on the table. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. So to that point, the application that was before the Planning and Zoning Board was properly heard. There were two requests. One is the conditional use for the height. We showed that this building is completely compatible with its neighbors, and we also discussed the yard modification. I will tell you that this, and I said it at PZ and I'll say it again, this building has larger yards than any other project I've ever worked on. We have 68 feet on one side and over 30 feet on the other side. Usually when you see yard modifications, people are asking to go down to 15 feet, 10.
20,
Yeah, so this has extremely wide yard modifications. I want to also address that I know there were a couple of buildings that you heard from tonight, but we were in this process for over 2 years. When we presented at Planning and Zoning Board, there were 10 people that spoke in favor. As you know, it's very hard to get people out to speak in favor. 10 people that spoke in favor, 14 people that spoke against. But we also presented 85 individual letters of support. We also spent a lot of time with our direct and only directly affected neighbor, the Everglades Club. They spoke tonight. Ms. Bogdanoff was here. I know Esther, who's the president, is here. We worked into an agreement with them. And we also went to the Central Beach Alliance, and many of the people that spoke tonight voted as part of the Central Beach Alliance. They were there. They voted no. Their voice was heard. They just didn't like the result. So I would ask you to please consider not calling this up. I mean, if we have to, obviously we'll get all of our people out again and we'll make the same presentation. I'm happy to go through the deep dive of why we believe this building is compatible, but I will tell you that we started with a different building. We were asked by our neighbors, our direct neighbors, the Everglade Clubs, to consider something different. Kobe, I think, did a masterful job designing this building to move the building out of the view corridors of that neighbors. They are the ones that are most directly affected, and we were very proud to come to the Planning and Zoning Board with that much support. And I also want to say we never threatened litigation. We've never spoken about litigation. That did not come from us. I just want to make that clear. That was not any kind of discussion that was on the table. I think it was discussed because, as Mr. Spence said, he was trying to focus the discussion to the criteria. It's probably one of the longer presentations I've ever given because I so painstakingly went through every single criteria for a yard modification and every single criteria for a conditional use for height. And I believe that is why the Planning and Zoning Board voted 7-2. We showed how much support we had. We showed how the developer had been working with the community. We were in the process for over almost 2 years, if not over 2 years. And I think we just made a very, very strong case, and we would ask you for your support this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Glassman, this is your district. Do you want to wrap up this conversation?
Sure. No, I'd be happy to. And I could get into a lot. I could ask staff a lot of questions just to expound on the yard modifications. But let me just say this. And first of all, I want to thank everyone that came tonight and spoke tonight. I've been involved in this project now for that much time, at least 2.5 years. I've gone to every single Central Beach Alliance meeting. I've attended the Lauderdale Beach Homeowners Association meeting. I've attended the Dolphin Isles Homeowners Association meeting. So I have been watching. I will tell you something. I so respect the people that have issues with this, and I understand the issues that people have with this. I also watched the Planning and Zoning Board meeting that night live. I also watched that meeting 2 more times after, because I know that there was such a need for people to also continue to speak, to continue to discuss this project. I have read painstakingly every page in the backup that was given to Planning and Zoning, and then also that was given to us. And I've heard from a lot of people as well along the way. One thing I want to say about this project, when I first met with the development team maybe 2.5 years ago, I was presented with a project that was definitely shorter. It was shorter, but it went from side to side. I mean, it went the entire length of that property. It totally blocked the Everglades Club from north to south. Everglades Club, by the way, for those that don't know, is the building that's most impacted by this project. It sits directly to the west of this site. And I very honestly said, I can't support this project like this. It's a big block. It's a big box. It's too dense. I mean, I know that we had folks here from White Egret. White Egret, I think, is the densest building on the Barrier Island. But I did not want to repeat that box. I did not want to repeat that block of a building that, yes, it's shorter, but, you know, sometimes, and I think we've discovered this already in the Central Beach when a project like the Saline was passed by working with the neighbors, sometimes taller and thinner is actually a better experience because you have the light, you have the air, you have the view corridors, you have all of that you just don't have when you're faced with one big block of a building sitting on a site. To me, that is very important. I believe that it was also important to Everglades because it freed up a lot of that site for those view corridors. Obviously not everyone will be happy with that because that will still block some views. Views is not something that's protected in our ULDR. It's as simple as that. But I think Everglades Club understood that something will get built here. There will be blockage of views here. I will tell you something else, and I took this very seriously. I've been walking around a lot lately in front of large buildings, tall buildings on the beach, especially at Saline. You know, it's interesting. When you're driving or when you're walking along a street or a sidewalk and you have a building that's maybe 10 stories high or you have a building that's maybe 30 stories high, the street experience of walking or driving is the same. It really depends on what the developer does with that street experience, that sidewalk experience, those lower floor experiences, because that's what really people feel. It's not going to matter when they look up and they see, oh, wow, that's 10 stories, or that's 20 stories, or that's 30 stories. It's not going to matter. It's the street experience that matters for the pedestrians and for the people in the neighborhood. And when people are walking by that block, that's what's most important. So to make a long story short, the developer did listen, and the developer did go back and create something thin and taller. We can get into lots of discussions, and I'm going to tell you, I listened to the presentations. I've spoken to staff. Staff has basically said when it came to the yard modifications, they reviewed the applicant's request for modifications of these yards, and they basically concurred that they met the criteria for those yard modifications. So that's staff's words. So we can question staff, but staff says that on page 5 of the Planning and Zoning Board staff report. They concur with those yard modifications as they did with the conditional use. And those were really the two things that this project was going to the Planning and Zoning Board for. Those were the two things that had to be heard. So I watched and I listened to every single person on Planning and Zoning. A 7-2 vote is a very strong vote. I'm not comfortable overturning a 7-2 vote. I think that what was said that night at Planning and Zoning made sense. I know that this project does fall within the Central Beach Alliance boundary on A1A. A1A is a very different experience when it comes to the condos than the experience that you have in Lauderdale Beach, or you have in Dolphin Isles, or you even have in the Birch Finger Streets. It's a different experience because it is that main corridor where you have the high rises. Ms. Toothaker was correct when she talked about the down zoning that has happened on the Barrier Island, especially when it comes to this particular zone. It was lessened from 300 to 240 with conditional use, 120 feet by right. But again, that 240 was a down zoning from the 300. So you actually have buildings that are taller than this building in this immediate vicinity. So bottom line, again, I would defer to the Vice Mayor who called this up. I would say that I don't think anyone else called this up for even a discussion for this de novo hearing, but obviously I'm going to have to support what our Planning and Zoning Board did in a very overwhelming vote. I know that this is not going to make everyone happy. Guess what? We don't seem to always make everyone happy. But I just don't have enough there to say we should have a de novo hearing. I have to have something really strong, something really to hang my hat on. It used to be that we actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Dwayne, we used to actually have to find that the Planning and Zoning Board made an error or an omission or did something incorrectly.
Yeah, that's correct.
We pulled back on that. We no longer have that as a reason for us to set a de novo hearing, correct?
That's correct.
And you explained to us the impacts that we have to consider on the neighborhood in terms of what's going to happen. I just have to have much more of a cause or a reason to say that something needs to happen here differently, or even for us to rehash, correct me if I'm wrong, if we have a de novo hearing, the record of the Planning and Zoning Board just disappears, correct?
De novo, you're reviewing the application as if the Planning and Zoning Board did not act on it.
Correct. Their record disappears.
Correct.
And we start from scratch, and we have
new testimony, new evidence.
The whole thing all over again.
So, Commissioner, do you want to make a motion with regard to whether or not to set a de novo hearing?
Well, I will leave that up to the Vice Mayor. I mean, I don't want to make a negative motion unless I'm supposed
Well, that would be what you'd have to say. You'd make a motion not to have a de novo hearing, because that's what we're isn't that correct?
Would you like to have a negative motion?
Yeah. What's the nature of the motion if we're not to go forward?
There's no need to make a motion if there's
so no need to make a motion
if you're not going to act
well,
on
is
the
anyone
item.
interested in making a motion one way or the other?
So, since I was the one who asked for this to be called up, let me clarify my position, if I may. Again, I had procedural questions, and I thank Dwayne for bringing the clarity that I asked him to bring. This was a big part of why I wanted to have this discussion tonight. I had asked Cherry to do the same. Unfortunately, for the reasons expressed by Mr. Spence, she didn't feel that was appropriate, and I respect what she had to say. She has clarified with me, and I'm satisfied with her answers. I would have liked everybody else to have heard her answers because I think they're important, and I think they would have been good to get on the record, but again, I understand why. So I've said all along I didn't have any interest in relitigating this project. That was not my goal. My goal is the integrity of the process and of the Planning and Zoning Board. So I have no interest in making a motion at this time.
Okay. Anyone else interested in making a motion? There being none, the item fails. Is there any further business of the Commission? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.